So, the next competition in Arena 2 will be the small final for the 5-year-old horses. First, we welcome our judges at sea. This is Suzanne Barup from Denmark and Monique Peuts uit Nederland. Welcome and good luck this, this competition. And the judges at E are Janet Lee Foy from the United States of America und aus der Schweiz Hans Rosa. Also, good luck and a lot of success. It is, well, big group. 32 horses compete in the small final. Well, for the riders, it's an important competition. The best 3 are qualified for the final by the 5-year-old horses. So, more than important. Almost 1 o'clock, 1 minute, and then the first rider will enter this beautiful arena. Dames en heren, mag ik u uitnodigen om plaats te nemen hier, als u wilt, op de tribune bij Arena 2. En doet u vrolijk mee met de jurering. Doet u mee met de jurering, de Spectator Judging app downloaden en u jureert mee. We gaan snel van start met het mooie sport. We hebben de 5-jarigen in de small final. En de first rider from Norway, it's Kathleen Rasmussen en Ravinas Sebastian. De gelding by Sigrid De Niro en Manstein. En dat alles. Norwegian Danish Warmblood Society, NDWB. Gaat u er maar voor zitten, dames en heren. Kathleen Rasmussen from Norway. Zo, het eerste optreden was een feit. The first rider from Norway, Catherine Rasmussen, Ravinas, Sebastian. The gelding by Secret, De Niro and Manstein. Well, judges.
Thank you, Katrine, for showing your beautiful horse. When we start with the trot, we saw an elastic horse. But in the bending, and in the corners, he lost a little bit his rhythm. So for us, it should be more active from behind, that he has more pushing power, especially in the medium, that he can be better lengthening of the strikes, more going forward, and the bending can improve in the trot work. We give a mark 7.5. The walk is clear, easy going, good contact. He can have more freedom in the shoulders and show more activity in the overtrack. 7.8. The canter has a clear beat, but also there, more uphill tendency and activity in the jump, but he was really nice with you in the willingness. 7.6. For the submission, what we said before, we want to have more pushing power from behind in the trot for better cadence. And he's often a little bit flexed to the right, so we want to see better bending to both sides. The reinback could be more fluent, and the simple change, the move off, could be more direct. A 7.4, the submission. But for perspective, we think you have an expressive horse. When you can improve his activity and strength so that he gets more carrying and willingness to collect, then it has a good future. Perspective is 7.6. Thank you.
Dank u wel. We hadden mevrouw Monique Peuts aan het woord. Dank u wel voor de mooie toelichting. Een score van 75,8% is de score van de officiële juryleden. U kunt meedoen met de beoordeling. Go to Spectator Judging app and you can give the marks. As you all did in the first competition, the competition for the 4-year-old horses. 75,8 is de uiteindelijke score voor de eerste combinatie. Ravinas Sebastian met de Noorse Catherine Rasmussen. Voor het scrotum van België rijdt nu Pauline Leclerc, de Française, met de hengst Magellan. Magellan van de hengst First Step. Valentin uit de Merrie van de hengst Lord Lauderdale. Voor het SBS studboek, het Belgian studboek. Magellan en Pauline Leclerc, La France. Wow, this was it for Pauline Leclerc, La France. En Magellan. Ten laste van het quotum voor België met deze Magellan. De zoon van First Step Valentin. Het woord aan mevrouw Monique Peuts.
Thank you, Pauline. You showed us your horse in the trot part very active. That was nice to watch, with a good cadence. And overall was very positive. You had him very in a nice frame and the contact. Yeah, the lengthening was okay. Sometimes at the end he can show a little bit more willingness to collect. But overall, nice trot. 8.6. The walk. It's clear. You show a very good difference, the first part and the second part, that you had some contact and let him stretch afterwards. But we want to see more freedoms in the shoulder and more ground cover. 8.0. But the canter, it was active, but we like to see more suppleness and jump, that he can jump more uphill and takes more ground cover there. 7.5. The submission. As mentioned before, you have it in a nice frame and a nice contact, but unfortunately the halts were both times a little abrupt and hurried in the rein back, and the stretching could be more. But the contact was really good, 8.0. For perspective, you have a willing horse, he's really working together with you, you show on a good way of the training scale, when you can develop the canter with more suppleness and jump, then the mark could go higher. For today, 8.2. Thank you.
Ja, terecht uw applaus. Als ik het allemaal goed gehoord heb, dan herkende ik nu de stem van mevrouw Monique Peuts. Klopt dat? Ja, toch? Wat een mooie punten in ieder geval voor deze combinatie Pauline Leclerc met Magellan, de stallion by First Step, Valentin, maal Lord Lauderdale, maal Houston. 80.6%. And our audience came to 81.759%. So it's again very close. Ja, het jureren, u doet nogal makkelijk mee. Hè? U pakt uw telefoon, u gaat naar de Google Play Store of naar de App Store van Apple en daar zoekt u Spectator Judging App en die downloadt u even op uw telefoon. En dan kunt u mee jureren. Just go to the Google Play Store or the App Store of Apple, download the Spectator Judging App, and you're also a judge here in Ermelo during the Longines FEI WBFSH World Breeding Dressage Championship for Young Horses. Het is een hele mond vol voor al deze mooie sport. U bent getuige hier van de kleine finale, de small final. We had the second horse in the arena, Magellan, the stallion by First Step Valentin, Lord Lauderdale and Houston. And they came to a beautiful score of 80.6%. Magellan, the breeder Thibaut Châtelain and the owner Pauline Leclerc, de Amazone, and de fokker van het paard, Thibaut Châtelain. They are both the owners of the stallion Magellan. Kijk, kijk, daar zien we Sacramento van het Bloemenhof. Next horse. Sacramento van het Bloemenhof. BWP. Belgian Warmblood. By Secret, Quarterback en Abanos. Deze Sacramento van het Bloemenhof, gereden door de Belgische Soraya Hamed. It's the number 3. Sacramento van het Bloemenhof. The breeder of the horse, Isolde Typens, and the owner, Mr. or Mrs. Hendricks. Well, good luck to Soraya Hendricks, Belgium. Zo. Sacramento van het Bloemenhof. Die prachtige 5-jarige zoon van Secret, maar quarterback, maar Cadenas. The BWP'er representing the Belgian Warmblood. Well, I give the microphone to one of the judges, and it could be Monique Peuts or maybe Suzanne Barel. Well, we'll see.
Thank you, Soraya. You have a little bit bad luck with the walk. Of course, he had a little bit tension there, but we didn't notice that so much. It was the rain. Overall, you presented him in a nice way. For the trot, it was active and light-footed, but we saw very often that he was wide behind, and in the turns and in the corners, that he's putting his outside hind legs too much outside instead under his body. When he has a little bit more push from behind and get a little bit more closer under his body, then it will be better. But maybe that's a time of getting straight. 7.8. The walk. Unfortunately today, the tension, but we noticed that before, but it was not always even behind. So we want to have more active from behind, even and clearer in the rhythm for more over track. 6.3. The canter was much better, was uphill, active, good jump. Also there sometimes the hind legs goes out into the corners, but it was better in the canter than in the other parts. 8.0. For perspective, you have an impressive and elegant horse. His willingness to work with you, that's very nice, but he needs to develop more strength so that he can have more pushing and carrying power on a right way. 7.8. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne Baroep. 75.8, de result voor Sacramento van het Bloemenhof. De gelding by Secrets, quarterback en Cadenas. 75.8. Well, you also judged this test. You gave it 72.380%, and that's also the second place so far. 72.38 in de spectator judging app. Het wijkt wel wat af van de score van onze juryleden. Maar beiden zet u Sacramento van het Bloemenhof en Soraya Hamed op een voorlopige tweede plaats. Zo. En dan gaan we alweer kijken naar de vierde starter, de Nederlandse Edith Chardon nu met de KWPNR Dutch Dream. Dutch Dream, Approved Stallion, dat is een Hannoveraner verband en het Oldenburger Studboek. De zoon van Glocks Dreamboy, maar first Romancier en Johnson. The number 4, Dutch Dream and Edith Chardon from the Netherlands, representing the KWPN, the Royal Dutch Sport Horse. Whoa, Dutch Dream by Dream Boy, first Romantier and Johnson, the approved stallion Dutch Dream. Breeder of the horse, de fokker, de heer A. de Lange en de eigenaren van het paard. Zijn combinatie, de heer Jacques Marais en stal Brinkman VOF. De eigenaren van deze Dutch Dream, hier gereden door Edith Chardon. En als ik het goed heb begrepen, gaan we nu voor de toelichting naar mevrouw Monique Peuts.
Thank you, Edith, for presenting your very elegant horse. We saw the trot. The trot is light-footed, it's elastic. Unfortunately, he lost the balance both times in the lengthening in the trot, that he was not totally clearer in his front leg. In the turns, he takes in a good balance, but the haunches could carry more, falling out a little bit. But in the contact, we saw some small issues at the beginning, that he can be busy mouth, a little bit open his mouth, showing a little bit tongue, but it improved during the test. For the trot, 7.8. The walk, it was clear, but could be more relaxed, more freedom in the shoulders and more over track, 7.5. The canter was clear and active, could show more supple over the back, and there he came too high in the pole, a little rounder so that he can jump more supple over his back, 7.9. For the submission, as we mentioned before, the contact could be more smooth and fluent. He lost a little bending, but overall he improved during the test, 7.6. For perspective, you have an elegant, light-footed horse. When you can improve his contact and the suppleness and his straightness, then he can go much further forward, 7.8. Thank you.
Dank u wel. Het totaal van de punten komt daarmee uit op 77,2 en daarmee komt Edith Chardon en Dutch Dream komen daarmee op een voorlopige tweede plaats. Kijken we even naar de spectator judging. U jureert het bijzonder goed, dames en heren. U kwam eveneens tot een voorlopige tweede plaats en u gaf een score van 77,067%. En dat komt wel erg dicht in de buurt bij de score van onze 4 juryleden. Prachtig. Voorlopig op 2 Edith Chardon met de Approved Stallion Dutch Dream. Zo, die Dutch Dream die verlaat de piste en maakt daarmee ruimte voor de 5e starter. Het paard is Zwanegarens Zigzag. Wordt gereden door Sergio Moron Basoco from Spain. Rijdend hier voor het quotum van Denmark. Zwanegarens Zigzag. The Stallion by Secret. Blue Horse, Dom Romantic en Lionel, de Holsteiner hengst Lionel. Zo, nou, als u ook weer klaar bent, als u de app weer bij de hand heeft, dan gaan we zo kijken naar de proef van Sergio Moron Basoco from Spain en Zwanegarden Zigzag. Representing the Danish Warm Blood Society, DWB. Beautiful applause for the Spanish rider Sergio Moron Basoco and Zwanegaarden Zigzag. For the Quotum of Denmark and the Danish Warm Blood Society, the Zwanegaarden Zigzag by Blue Horse Secret, and then Blue Horse Don Romantic. And Lionel. I think I hand over the microphone to Suzanne Barup.
Thank you, Sergio, for showing your nice stallion in a very solid test. You have a horse with 3 good gaits. We start with the trot. The trot was active and elastic. Sometimes his hind legs could be more under, but in the beginning we want to see him more uphill and more with his nose out in the trot. But he shows good lengthening and willingness to collect after. But the main thing is the contact with the uphill tendency. 8.0. The walk is active, good overtrack, could stretch more through the bit and shows then more ground cover. 8.2. The canter is very uphill. He has much better balance there, and there the contact improved a lot. Then he came nice uphill and active. 8.5. For the submission, of course we have to take the contact in the first part, and the rein back was dragging a little bit the front feet. The stretching could be more in the walk and in the trot, but you showed them in a nice way. 7.8. I think for perspective, you have a very elegant, light-footed horse. You're on a good way of the training scale. He needs to develop more strength and uphill tendency in the trot part for higher marks. Thank you. 8.2.
Yes. The leaders so far, Sergio Moron Basoco and Zwanegaarden Zigzag in the lead, 81.4%. And then we look at the spectators judging. You came to 80.947% and put them on the second place so far. Zullen we nog een applaus meegeven, dames en heren? One big hand voor Sergio Moron Basoco. Well done. Great. The Spanish rider for the Danish quota, the Danish Warm Blood Society, Zwanegaarden Zigzag by Secret. The breeder has Stutterie Zwanegaarden, and the owner of the horse Conviction EcoSport Future SL. Well, in the lead, Zwanegaarden Zigzag, 81.4%. The number 2, Megalon and Pauline Leclerc, with a score of 80.6%. And the number 3 so far, the Dutch rider Edith Chardon Dutch Dream, 77.2%. That's the score so far for the number 1, 2 and 3. Ja, en de 3 hoogst geclasseerden, en dat maakt deze competitie ook wel bijzonder. De 3 hoogst geclasseerden die stromen in naar de finale bij de 5-jarige paarden. Well, representing the National Purebred Spanish Breeders Association of Spain, the Pura Raza Español, Druida de Centurion en Joseph Robert Hunt, de Britse deelnemer, for the Quotum of Spain with this Druida de Centurion. The stallion by Verbago and Oceano Sen. And Jordan de Centurion. Top nationaal voor Joseph Robert Hunt, Druida de Centurion. Ja, en een extra applaus voor de omstandigheden. Jongen. En dan denk ik, Spaans paard zal hij wel aan regen gewend zijn, maar hij loopt onverstoorbaar hoor. Doet het prima. U kijkt naar Joseph Robert Hunt, de Brit, voor het Spaanse quotum met deze Druida de Centurion, pura raza española. En voor de toelichting op hetgene we gezien hebben, schakelen we over naar mevrouw Monique Peuts.
Thank you, Joseph Robert. You have some bad luck at the beginning with the rain. Now you've finished, and okay. But at one moment, it was a little bit bothering him in the turn to the left side in both circles. But after all, it looks pretty good that he doesn't bother so much the rain. The trot is powerful, has good cadence. Of course, the small resistance in the half circle. And he can stay more uphill, and in the lengthening, we want to see more pushing power from behind, that he stays more uphill and the hind legs more under. He goes a little wide behind, but still very active trot, 8.0. The walk is clear, but needs more freedom of the shoulders so that he can show more overtrack and supple over his back, 7.0. The canter is clear, but also there we want to see more ground cover, more air time and the uphill tendency, although the willingness to collect and coming back looks nice, 7.8. The submission, he is very willing to work together with you, that's very nice to watch. We want to see that he can develop more strength and that he can find more his balance and the suppleness in his back, 7.9. For the perspective, you have a very trainable horse. When he can develop what I mentioned before, that he gets more strength and more suppleness, then he has a good future. 7.8 for today. Thank you.
That brings the score to 77%. 77% for Joseph Robert Hunt and Druida de Centurion. The score in the spectator judging at 74.628%. A bit lower, but you placed the rider Joseph Robert Hunt on the number 4 place. The same as the judges did, 74.628%. And the judges came to 77%. Well, we stay with the Pura Raza Español and the Roche de Dalo. By Tim Baljetten Kendo, this De Roche de Indalo, the 5-year-old stallion. National Purebred Spanish Breeders Association of Spain, the PRA, the Pura Raza Española. De Roche de Indalo wordt gereden door de Spanjaard Alejandro Sanchez del Banco. The number 7, De Roche de Indalo. Nice applause for Alejandro Sanchez del Banco and Deroche de Dalo, the stallion by Timbal Jet Pura Raza Español. Nou, we gaan zo naar de jury toe. Ja, ik moet zeggen, ze maken het ons ook niet zo heel eenvoudig, want we hebben twee zeer deskundige juryleden, onder andere bij C zitten. En die spreken de mooie woorden uit. En wij dachten op een bepaald moment dat het om en om gebeurde. Dat het mevrouw Monique Peuts was en dat het de andere keer mevrouw Suzanne Barup is. Maar ere wie ere toekomt, al die mooie woorden die ze eigenlijk allebei uitgesproken hadden kunnen hebben, ze komen wel van mevrouw Monique Peuts. Complimenten. We gaan naar de jury. Mevrouw Peuts, kom er maar in.
Dankjewel, Adrie. Thank you, Alejandro, for showing your nice stallion today. For the trot, we saw a light-footed, easy-going horse. At the first beginning, he was a little bit knocking with his head, but later on the contact improved a lot. In the bending and in the turns, we want to see more elasticity, and in the medium and the lengthening, he shows very active hind legs, but also a little bit hurried. He can show them more ground cover and overtrack. 7.5. The walk is clear, but can show more supple, active overtrack over his back. 7.2. The canter was today uphill, nice and active, but a little more airtime and uphill tendency we would like to see. But for today, 7.7. For the submission, at the end he had very nice contact and uphill, but in the beginning he could show more bending, more suppleness on both sides. 7.8. For perspective, we think you have a very horse with a very good attitude, very willing to work. You can show him in an elegant way. When he can develop more strength and the suppleness, then you can get much higher marks. But for today, 7.7. Thank you.
$75.80, the score of Alejandro Sanchez del Barco and Deroche de Indalo, representing the Pura Raza Español on the National Purebred Spanish Breeders Association of Spain. 75-80 is de score. Ja, we zaten eventjes te kijken. De jury kwam tot 75-80 en u, dames en heren, kwam tot een score van 72.333. De score, de spectators judging at 72.333%. Well, then we welcome the next rider, Amy Jean Woodhead from Great Britain and MSG Viva Dannebroch. The mare, the 5-year-old mare, by Vitalis and Blue Horse Don Chufro and Brentano. Breeder of this horse, Mount St. John, and the owner Mount St. John Equestrian LLP. En hij wordt hier gereden, wordt voorgesteld door de Britse Amy Jean Woodhead. MSG Viva Dannebroch. Dus Hannoveraner verband. Zo, u kijkt naar Jean Woodhead en MSG Viva Dannenbrog. Dat Hannoveraner verband met deze 5-jarige merrie van Vitalis Maldon Choufro. Het is nog altijd Sergio Moron Basoco aan de leiding met Zwanegaarden zigzag. Score 81,40. We gaan luisteren naar de jury. Het woord aan mevrouw Monique Peuts.
Thank you, Amy, for presenting your really lovely mare. I think this is the way we want to see, to present a young horse in this class, but always very nice contact, always off the hand, let her go forward. Of course, there were some small things today. Nah? We could show the reinback, she could show more willingness, the simple change was some trot parts so, and could stretch a little bit more, but the overall picture stays very nice. The trot is very active, very expressive. She stays very nice in the contact. Sometimes she can bend more to both sides. 8.6. The walk is active and clear. Time by times hurried, so more relaxed and show more difference the second part. 7.8. The canter is nice, good active, good uphill, very good in the medium. Maybe the circle was a little big, but shows nice willingness to coming back. 8.8. For the submissions, as we mentioned before, there were some small hiccups, so we have to consider that. But overall, very nice contact, 8.0. And for the perspective, we think you have a beautiful, elegant horse with 3 good gaits and a good future ahead. 8.6. Thank you.
Wat een mooie toelichting van mevrouw Monique Peuts. Een van onze juryleden die u bij C ziet zitten. Mooie score van Jean Woodhead en MSG Viva Dannenbrog in de lead. 83.6%. And you, ladies and gentlemen, gave it also a beautiful score, 82.479%. Also the first place so far for the British rider, Jean Woodhead and MSG Viva Dannenbrog. De meer bij Vitalis Don Choufro, dat is Hannoveraner verband. Ja, aan de leiding de Britse score 83-60. Zwanegaarden zigzag, voorlopige tweede plaats 81-40. En Miguelan onder Pauline Leclerc, voorlopige derde plaats 80.60. When we go to the number 9, the Spanish rider Alba Boladeras met Rociero FS. De stallion by Kibileño, Centello and Remache. Representing the pura raza española, Rociero FS. big hand for Alba Boladeras and Rochero FS representing the Pura Raza Española. Prachtig. Ja, zo hebben we toch alweer, eens even kijken, ik denk zomaar de derde PRE hier in de piste. Goed vertegenwoordigd hier op het wereldkampioenschap. Studboek PRE. Met die prachtige naam. National Purebred Spanish Breeders Association of Spain. Pura Raza Española. Zo, het woord aan mevrouw Monique namens de jury.
Thank you, Alba. It was not so easy for you in the canter part. But first we start with the first part of trot. That started well. He was active, he was in a good contact, you showed beautiful medium trots. In the normal trot we want to see a little bit more support from his hind legs and self-carries, that he comes more with the hind legs under his body. 8.0. The walk was clear, but could show more active overtrack, although the second part was much better. In the walk, before the departure, we saw some tension. The walk is 7.5. The canter, yeah, we said before, some tension in the departure, but then you moved off, and then he was really a little bit naughty and resistance in the medium canter, that you lost the contact and the balance there. The second part was better in the right canter, 7.5. But for the submission, unfortunately, we have to put it down there for the small issues in the canter part. But the first part was nice, that he was willing, that he had good contact, but he needs to be better in front of your aids in the canter work, 7.4. But for the perspective, you have a charming horse. When he develops a better reaction for your legs and your half holds, and then he can develop better strength, then he has a good future ahead. 7.8. Thank you.
Dank u wel. Mevrouw Peuts. The result, 76.40. You gave the rider and her horse a higher score, 81.50, and put her on the third place. The judges, the number 6. So, I understand you're waving to the audience. Ja, prachtig. Mooi dat gebaar van de Amazone. Zeker een dankje naar het publiek. Het is een mooie rit, beloond met een voorlopige 6e plaats. Met deze Pura Raza Española Rochero FS, bred by Yeguada Arroyomonto, and that's also the owner of this horse. 2 more combinations before we go to the 15 minutes break. And the next rider, the number 10, a rider from Mexico, José Agustín González Flores, and Sammy Deluxe. Sammy Deluxe, the gelding by Secret and Franciscus. En dat is Hannoveraner verband with the Quotum of Mexico. Nou, die zal elk ogenblik binnenkomen rijden. Nog 2 deelnemers dus voordat we naar een onderbreking gaan. 15 minuten. Even een korte onderbreking. Even de bodem van de piste weer even onder handen nemen. Kleine pauze. En dan zijn we na een kwartiertje weer bij u terug. Kijk, daar komt volgende deelnemer binnengereden. Het is José Agustín González Flores from Mexico en Sammy Deluxe. The gelding by Secret and Franciscus. Dat is Hannoveraner verband. The Quotum of Mexico. From Mexico, Jose Agustin Gonzalez Flores and Sammy Deluxe. The gelding by Secret and Franciscus. Das Hannoveraner Verband nummer 10, the number 10. After this rider, one rider, before we go to the 15 minutes break. Maar eerst naar mevrouw Monique Peuts.
Thank you, Jose. You showed your horse in a very active tempo in the trot. Maybe for us a little bit too much. He's active, but when the tempo is too high, it's for him difficult to find the balance. So when you can have a more relaxed tempo so that your horse can find a better balance and more steady in the contact, in the bendings, he sometimes tilted his head. For the trot, 6.8. The walk, it's clear. First part could be more active, second part really improved today, 7.8. The canter is clear, and he is active going forward, but can jump more under his body with his hind legs. But he's showing willingness to coming back after the median, 7.5. For the submission, as we mentioned before, we saw some issues in the contact, that he can be more steady and more straight with his head. Then the overall test can be more fluent, and we saw some issues with the hold. He could still better immobile and also more stretching down, 6.8. But for perspective, we think your horse has some possibilities. When you can improve the training scale, when you can find him better in front of your aids with a nice steady contact, there's much more in there. So try to improve that. 7.3. Thank you.
The total score for Jose Agustin Gonzalez Flores and Sammy Deluxe is 72.40%. And you, audience, gave them also a score, the 69.8 for 6%. Dat zat wel ietsjes uit elkaar. 69.846 om 72.40%. De officiële jury kwam tot een voorlopige 10e plaats en u kwam tot een voorlopige 11e plaats. Ja, dat moet natuurlijk een voorlopige 10e plaats zijn die u gaf met die 69.846%. We hebben 10 combinaties gehad, waaronder deze José Agustin González Flores en Sammy Deluxe. By Secret, we gaan ons opmaken voor de proef van nummer 11. From the Ukraine, Karin Pilipenko met de Oldenburger Totalito, de 5-jarige zoon van Totilas. Uit de merrie van Sir Donnerhall en daarachter weer de Westfalenhengst, The Dream of Love. De stallion, de Black Stallion, Totalito en Karin Pilipenko. Competing for Ukraine. Ja, een mooi applaus voor de Oekraïense Karin Pilipenko en Totalito, de stallion bij Totilas en Sir Donnerhall. Das Verband der Züchter des Oldenburger Pferdes.
Thank you, Karina, for showing your beautiful black stallion today. In the trot, we saw an active horse. He was willing us to go forward, but he can show his hind legs more, carrying himself under his body for more cadence and self-carriage. The medium was very careful today. You can show them more going forward, more transition forward in and coming back afterwards. 7.2. The walk is a clear rhythm. In the beginning he could show more freedom of shoulders and better steady contact, especially the second part. He wants to look around a little bit if there's some nice mare here, but try to keep the stretching down. 7.5. The canter, he has an active jump, but there he could stay more uphill, more going over the back with bigger jumps and air time. Also 7.5. The submission, as we said before, the contact could be more steady. Sometimes he's tilted in corners, especially in the canter. And the bending and the balance can improve, especially in the corners and circles. 6.7. As perspective, I think your horse has some possibilities. When you can improve your training skill, that he gets better in front of your aids and then improve the contact, then there's much more in there for him and you. So for today, 7.5. Thank you.
Ja, u kijkt naar Karin Pilipenko met de hengst Totalito. U hoorde het commentaar, de toelichting op de proef van mevrouw Monique Peuts, een van de twee juryleden bij C. En de score kwam op 72.80, 72.80% for Karin Pilipenko. And also the audience judging at 71.90% and also the 10th place. Beiden kwamen tot een voorlopige 10e plaats. Inderdaad, de prachtige hengst Totalito van de hengst Totilas maal Sir Donnerhall. Sportief gezien nu even een onderbreking, officieel van 15 minuten, maar om 2:05 zou de volgende combinatie van start gaan, dus het zal wel 2:05 gaan worden. In de late Amy Jean Woodhead en MSG Viva Donnebrog with 83.6%, the number 2 from Denmark, competing for Denmark. Sergio Moron Basoco, 81.40%. And the number 3 from Belgium, for Belgium, Pauline Leclerc and Megalan, 80.60%. The number 4, Edith Chardon, Dutch Dream, 77.20%. And the number 5, Joseph Robert Hunt, the British rider, Strida de Centurion, 77% was the score for the British rider with the PRE horse, the Pura Raza Español Strida de Centurion. Voorlopige 5e plaatsen voor de Brits. Met nog veel meer hele goede 5-jarige paarden te gaan. We hebben er inmiddels 11 gehad en er gaan er in totaal 32 van start. Dus wij zien u hopelijk zo graag terug over enkele minuten voor deel 2 van deze small final for 5-year-old horses. Well, it's a small final, but very important because of the fact that the numbers 1, 2, and 3 can go to the final, get qualified for the final. De beste 3 krijgen een startbewijs voor de finale. Dus wat dat betreft, het gaat wel ergens om hier in deze kleine finale voor de 5-jarige Pauline. Wij zijn over wat minuten bij u terug. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we continue with the small final for the 5-year-old horses. 3 tickets ready for the numbers 1, 2 and 3 to go to the final later on here, this beautiful venue. 3 horses go to the final through the semi-final, the numbers 1, 2 and 3. The number 1 at this moment, Amy Jean Woodhead and MSG Viva Donnebrog. 83.6% was the score in the lead. The number 2, Svanegarden Zigzag and Sergio Moron Basoco, 81.4%. And the number 3 from Belgium, Megalon and Pauline Leclerc, 80.6%. The numbers 1, 2 and 3 so far. Then we welcome the number 12 in this competition. For Hungary is Van Marshall and Don Bellevue SG, the stallion. By Don Royal, Bilantis and Paradies Vogel, the Westvader Hengst Paradies Vogel. Das deutsche Sportpferd Don Bellevue SJ ist Van Marshall from Hungary. U kijkt naar de proef van de Hongaren Istvan Marshall en Don Bellevue S.J., a rider from Hungary. Don Bellevue S.J., de 5-year-old stallion bij Don Royal en Belantis, des Deutsche Sportpferd. Zo, voor de toelichting op datgene wat we hier gezien, misschien niet gezien hebben, geef ik graag het woord aan mevrouw Monique Beuts.
Thank you, Istvan, for presenting your black stallion to us. The trot. We start with the trot. It was active, it's easy going forward, but the hind legs can be more supportive and more active coming under his body. The lengthening, he shows some difference there, but sometimes he goes wide behind. Overall, he can improve better cadence and the self-carriage, but always stays active in front of you. 7.7. The walk. That looked really nice. He was active, he was relaxed, had good overtrack. Sometimes the contact could a little bit steadier. He was looking around for his young stallion, but that's okay. 8.5. The canter was also active, but we want to see there more jump, more uphill tendency, that he can improve more air time there. 7.5. The submission. The contact can stay more steady and more uphill tendency, but overall he was willing, you had a good horse in front of you. Unfortunately, you had the wrong lead with the canter depart, but it was improving in the canter work. 7.5. For perspective, you have an elegant, light-footed horse. When you can develop better his suppleness and his strength, then he has a nice future ahead. 7.7. Thank you.
En dat brengt de score voor Istvan Marshall en Don Bellevue S.J. on 77.8% and the 4th place so far. And the audience came to 78.045% and you gave it a 5th place so far. In the app, spectator judging. Still in the lead, Amy Jean Woodhead and MSG Viva. Pilnebrog, 83.6%. And with 81.4%, Sergio Moron Basoco and Svanegaarden Zigzag, 81.4%. And the number 3 so far, Pauline Leclerc and Megalan. Megalan came to 80.6%. The numbers 1, 2 and 3 so far. Important because of the final for the 5-year-old horses. There we see the number 13. The stallion Everest by a special Negro in Monaco. Representing Nederlandse rijpaarden en pony-stamboek en RBS. The breeder and the owner of the horse, both Van Olst horses, and the rider from Great Britain, Phoebe Peters. Everest, the stallion, the 5-year-old approved stallion by a special Negro and Monaco. Ja, uw applaus wordt zeer gewaardeerd. Voor de jonge Everest is het allemaal nog wat onwennig, maar ja, het zal ook een 5-jarig paard in deze ambiance is op zich al niet niks. Het is online scoring, dus wij zien de punten online binnenkomen van de jury hier in het rekencentrum. Maar voor het zover is, gaan wij snel over naar de jury. Wij gaan over naar mevrouw Monique Buits.
Thank you, Phoebe. It was not an easy test for you, but you showed us a really potential horse, but today he was not totally focused on you, unfortunately. But we start with the trot. The trot is very active, expressive, good mechanic all the way through the whole trot part. Unfortunately, also there, the mistake in the second medium. The trot 8.6. The walk is clear. He can show more freedom of shoulders and some more stretching in the second part and relaxation in the overtrack. 7.5. You started well with the canter part. He started active and good uphill, but then they get some tensions in the second part and he gets a little distracted with everything. So for the canter today, an 8. Yeah, unfortunately we have to go down in the submission. And there's some mistakes in the medium. He was hurried in the rein back and some change behind and some resistance. Unfortunately today, 6.8. But I think for perspective, overall, you have a charming, quality horse. He's very talented. He has a lot of potential for the future. But today, unfortunately, not totally concentrated with you. Okay, good luck for the future. And we give for today an 8.2 for perspective.
Ja, en u mag er gerust een applaus voor geven, dames en heren. Voor Phoebe Peters en Everest. En als we mevrouw Peuts mogen geloven, en waarom zouden we dat ook niet doen, dan gaat deze Everest in zijn leven nog wel meer applausjes krijgen. Met die 8.2 voor perspective. Totale score 78-20. Dan gaan we eventjes naar spectator judging. En dan valt me op, dames en heren, u zet met z'n allen deze combinatie op een voorlopige eerste plaats. Met een score van 82,667%. Nou, dat is in werkelijkheid komt die score toch nog wel ietsjes lager uit. Het is eigenlijk de eerste keer dat er sprake is van een behoorlijk groot verschil tussen uw jurering en die van onze juryleden. Die zetten de Amazone Phoebe Peters en de hengst Everest en de PS-hengst Everest op een voorlopige 4e plaats. De 4th place so far. Nogmaals, de beste 3 stromen in voor de finale bij de 5-jarige paarden. Dus het gaat wat dat betreft wel ergens om. Volgende Amazone is de Amazone Anne Kainonen from Finland. En de mare Nymphia. Nymphia, 2018 geboren dochter van de hengst Fürstenbal uit Ermelo van Dreamboy. En daarachter weer de hengst Givago. Deze Nymphia is gefokt bij familie van Gorkum de Jong en nu een eigendom van de Amazone zelf, Anne Kainonen, de Finse Amazone Anne Kainonen. Hij overigens voor het quotum van Finland. De nummer 14 from Finland, Anne Kainonen Nymphia. Zit erop in deze small final voor Anne Kainonen, de Finse Amazone, met de KWPN'er Nymphia KWPN bij Fürstenbal. De laatste punten van de jury komen hier binnen. En dan gaan we zo luisteren naar de toelichting op de proef. Benieuwd waar het uiteindelijk op uitdraait voor deze combinatie. Misschien mag ik zo het woord geven aan mevrouw Monique-Beuts.
Thank you, Anna, for showing your nice mare. When we start with the trot was regular and active, but we want to see more balanced and cadenced during the whole trot part, that he gets more engaged from behind and from there gets more nicer uphill tendency. In the medium trot, you can show more difference, more pushing power from behind so that you can show both transitions going forward and coming back nicer. 7.4. The walk. The walk started really nice. It was clear, it was active and relaxed. Unfortunately, the second part, he had some jog steps. 7.0. The canter started active, nice uphill, going forward, but can show better collection coming back after the medium and before the simple change. 7.7. For submissions, we want to see that he is more responsible to your half holds so that you can bring him better back on your eights and more uphill in the contact. 7.5. For perspective, you have an elegant, very obedient horse, but you can improve your training skills for better half holds and that your mare can develop more strength, then it will become much better. Thank you, and for today we gave us 7.5.
Ja, en daarmee komt de eindscore voor Anne Kainonen met Nymphia op 74,20 en daarmee op een voorlopige 12e plaats. 74.20%, the 12th position so far. You in the audience came to 74.734% and gave it the 8th place so far. Anne Kainonen and Nymphia. Well, 74.2 and 74.734. No big differences between the judges and the audience judging. Ja, geen verandering in de top van het klassement. Nog steeds Amy Jean Woodhead in the lead with MSG Viva Donnenborg. Sergio Moron Basoco en Svanegaren Zigzag, de number 2. En Pauline Leclerc, de Belgische, met Megalan, de voorlopige nummer 3. Met een score van 80,60%. Willkommen aan nummer 15 aus der Schweiz, Chiara Brizzolara and Fresh from PS. Hannoveraner Mary, de dochter van Fürstenbal uit de Mary van Blue Horse Don Romantic en Sandro Hit. Fürstenbal, Blue Horse, Don Romantic en Sandro Hit. Dat alles verenigd in deze Fresh from PS. Met de Zwitserse Chiara Brizzolara, nummer 15. Ja, mooi applaus voor Chiara Brizzolara, fresh from PS. De Hannoveraanse Mary van Fürstenwal, Maldon Romantic. Fresh from PS. Voor het quotum van Zwitserland met deze Hannoveraan gereden. Laten we zo met Chiara Brizzolara. Paard overigens gefokt bij Simone en Thomas Visser. And the owners now, Chiara Brizzolara and Sandra Brizzolara, both the owners of this fresh from PS. We gaan naar de toelichting van mevrouw Monique Buns.
Thank you, Chiara, for showing your very elegant mare. When we start with the trot, that was very light-footed, easy going. Times by times, the tempo was too high. We want to show that you can show more differences between the tempo. More collection, and then more going forward to medium, and then more willingness coming back to collect. But she stayed very nice in the balance, in the rhythm. Every trot step was the same. 8.0. The walk was very active. Good ground cover, going forward. Times by times, more supple over the back. 8.0. The canter, that was active and has a good jump, but could stay more with uphill tendency and also showing more coming back, the willingness to collect after the medium canter. But when you're showing the simple change, there you showed that you can really collect and sit, so that was nice. For the canter, 7.8. For the submission, as we mentioned before, you had a steady contact. She's easy going, looks very nice in the contact, but you can show more the difference in between, that you have more fluence to the collection and show more the difference in between the transitions. 8.0. For perspective, you have a very elegant horse, looks very rideable and easy to go and to work together with you. When you can show the difference more in the training skill for the developing to the collection and that your horse can get more strength from behind, then there's much more in there. For today, 8.0. Thank you.
Ja, dankjewel mevrouw Pets. The total result for Chiara Brizzolara, fresh from PS, 79.60%, and that's the current number 4. You in the audience came to 80%, exactly 80%, and that means the number 6 in your classification, 80% in the spectator judging app, en daar een 6e plaats. En in de beoordeling van onze juryleden kwam de Zwitserse Chiara Brizzolara met Fresh from PS. Dus tot een hele mooie 4e plaats tot op dit moment. Ja, het zijn klasseringen net buiten de top 3, terwijl die plaatsen 1, 2 en 3 nou net de allerbelangrijkste zijn. Want de nummers 1, 2 en 3 stromen langs de weg van deze kleine finale in naar de grote finale later hier op dit de prachtige terreinen van de KNHS. Then we welcome the next rider. It's Maxime Goddard and Fiadora. Fiadora, the 5-year-old mare, by Fürstenluke Valentino, and compliments für das Hannoveraner Verband out of the quotum of France. Fiadora and Maxime Goddard, La France. Ja, ik hoor het. U heeft ervan genoten van de proef van Maxime Koyar en Fiadora. Nou, een Hannoveraanse merrie van Fürstenlook en Valentino. Dat maakt mij extra nieuwsgierig naar de punten van deze combinatie. Gaat hij dan in de top 3 terechtkomen? Dan moet de score hoger zijn dan 80,6%. For the top 3, the score must be higher than 80.6%. Monique, up to you.
Thank you, Maxime, for presenting your very elegant mare. The highlight today was the trot part. We really liked it. She was in the trot very elastic, light-footed, nice cadence, good carrying hind legs. Every step was the same with good bending. We want to see more difference in the median, that you can go more forward, taking more ground cover there. But the frame and the contact always stays nice. 8.8. The walk, it was clear, but could have more freedoms of the shoulder and more active over track with supple back. 7.4. The canter, it's active. She has good ability to go forward and coming back, but we want to see more uphill tendency, more air time with bigger jumps. 7.8. For submission, as you mentioned before, the trot was very nice, with good contact. Unfortunately, the rein-back, she was not diagonal, and she had lost some balance there. And a small abruption in the simple change, but overall very obedient, and it looks easy to ride. 8.0. For perspective, we think you have a very elegant horse. You presented her in a good way. When you can work away these small hiccups from today and when she gets more strength and power from behind, then you have a great future ahead. 8.2 for today. Thank you.
Maxime Koyar en Fiadora, 80-40%. Eindscore 80,40% en daarmee een voorlopige 4e plaats. Op zich een mooie 4e plaats, alleen net buiten de top 3 en dat maakt het wel wat jammer. U als publiek kwam overigens tot een score van 77,333%. 77.333% in de spectator judging app voor Maxime Koyar en Fiadora. Bij Fürstenlook en Valentino. Geen verandering in de top van het klassement. De nummer 1, 2 en 3 zijn ongewijzigd. Jean Woodhead still in the lead, 83.6%. Sergio Moron Basoco, 81.4%. En Pauline Leclerc, de Belgische met Megalan, 80.6%. And the current at number 3. Then we welcome a rider from Germany. It's Sabrina Geßmann. For the quota of Sweden with Fireball, the stallion SWB, Swedish Warmblood Association. Fireball by Fürstenball, Sir Oldenburg and Sandro. And the breeder and the owner, both Anne-Louise Carlson. From this Fireball. And the rider, aus Duitsland, Sabrina Geßmann. En dan zijn we alweer bij de 17e starter, de nummer 17. Here in this small final for the 5-year-old horses. Enjoy the test of Fireball. Ja. De groet van Sabrina Geßmann aan de jury. Sabrina Geßmann met de Fürstenbal maal Sir Oldenburg zo'n Fireball. Gefokt door en in eigendom van Anne-Louise Carlsson. En Sabrina hier rijdend voor het quotum van Zweden. Ja, wordt het weer eens tijd om te gaan luisteren naar de toelichting. Ik vind het prachtige toelichtingen die we horen van onze jury. In dit geval mevrouw Monique Buits.
Thank you, Sabrina, for showing your horse. I think when we start with the trot work, it looks very active, but for us, and I think it was during the whole test, the tempo was too high. When you can collect him a little bit more and in between have the tempo more controlled, so that you show more difference in the medium going more forward and after more half holds coming back, then he can get a better balanced and cadenced trot. For today, 7.8. The walk. We have to say, the first part and also at the end, it was not always even behind. He stays active, but the rhythm could be better clear, time by time. 6.8. The cant is active, but similar to the trot. When you can have a more controlled in the tempo, that it can find better balance and more supple over the back in the jump, then it will be better. 7.8. That's why we talked about the submission. You have a good contact and you have a very willing horse to work with you, but control the tempo and make the difference coming back nicer. 7.4. But for perspective, you have a very nice looking horse. He's very willing to work. When you can work with him through this training scale, what he needs, then there's much more in there. For today, 7.6. Thank you.
Ja, dank u wel mevrouw Peuts. De eindscore voor Sabrina Geßmann en Fireball, de zoon van Fürstenbalmaal Sir Oldenburg. Representing the Swedish Warmblood Association, 74.8%. And that means the number 14 so far in the spectator judging app. You came to 75.890 in the 10th place for Sabrina Geßmann en Fireball. Uiteindelijk dus een 14e plaats dankzij die score van 74,80% voor de Duitse Amazone Sabrina Geßmann met de SWB'er Fireball. And then we go to the number 18. The number 18 is representing the Lusitano breed studbook. Portugese studboek. Lusitane paarden. Deze Ermelo HL met José Antonio Garcia Mena. De Spanjaard met Ermelo HL. Mooi applaus van u, dames en heren, voor Antonio, Garcia, Mena en Omero. U ziet aan een stallion. Benieuwd naar de punten. En uiteraard benieuwd naar de toelichting van mevrouw Monique Peuts.
Thank you, Jose Antonio. You presented your horse in a very nice contact, and he's very willing to cooperate and to work together with you. For the trot looks very active, and there's some uphill tendency, but we like to see that the hind legs comes more under his body for more balance and cadence in the trot. The medium trot, he's going forward, but he's swaying from behind. The hind legs could come more under, and he goes a bit wide behind there. 7.4. The walk is relaxed, and he makes big steps, but time by time, the left side is not always clear in turns and corners. 7.2. The canter is active, but could have more uphill tendency and more jump over the back. 7.5. For submission, you present him in a good way, you had a nice contact, he stays uphill, but sometimes we want to see more suppleness, more carrying weight and willingness to collect. 7.8. For perspective, you have an elegant, willing horse. When he develops more strength and suppleness, then you can develop him more for willingness to collect and for higher marks. For today, 7.5. Thank you.
Ja, het resultaat voor Omero met José Antonio Garcia Mena. Omero HL, score van 72. Ik zeg 72, 40, maar het moet zijn 74, 80, 74, 80, 74.8%. The result for José Antonio Garcia Mena and Omero HL. And you came to 71.8%, place number 17 in the spectator judging at 71.8%, and the official judges by 74.8%. Well, then you might think, hey, on the starting list, it's a 6-year-old horse. Well, this horse is from Brazil, and they have another period in which the age of the horses is mentioned. So it competes with the 5-year-old horses. But for us, he is 6-year-old. That's the question. Then we go to the next rider. The rider from Germany, Stefanie Wolf, rijdt zo direct met het paard Santu Alati. Santu Alati is een hengst, zoon van Secret, mal Bellissimo en mal Florencio 1. We gaan over aan Santu Alati. Approved stallion. Approved for instance, Deutsche Sportpferd, das Hannoveraner Verband, Oldenburger Stadtbuch en Westfälische Stammbuch. Nou, genoeg gesproken, waar we genieten van ongetwijfeld veel meer mooie sporten. Onder andere deze proef, die van Stefanie Wolf met Santu Alati, de stallion by Secret. Ja, als ik zo uw applaus beluister, dan trek ik de voorzichtige conclusie dat u zeer genoten heeft van de proef van Stefanie Wolf en Santu Alati, de approved stallion, by Secret Bellissimo M en Florencio 1. Deze Santu Alati, bred by Lena Marie en Kirsten Kloze, en nu een eigendom van Bernadette Bruna, en hier voorgesteld door Stefanie Wolf, de Duitse. Santu Alati. Mevrouw Peuts, bent u zover?
Oh, he's happy today, Stefanie. Luckily not in the test. Okay, it's still a young horse, that's okay. Yeah, please stay on him. Okay, Stefanie, thank you for presenting this very pretty horse. Today you presented him in a very nice way. He was very nice in the frame. When we can start with the trot. The trot was active, elastic. He has good balance, stays good in the frame. The medium, he showed good lengthening, maybe could have a bit more risk over there and then showing the transition back. But for today, 8.8. The walk, it was active. He could stretch a bit more and with a steady contact, and there was a small tension in between, 7.8. The canter is active, good uphill. Time by times you want to see more freedom of the shoulders and more airtime, but overall he stays good uphill and in front of your leg. 8.5. The submission. As I mentioned before, you presented him in a very nice frame. He was nice uphill in front of your leg. Sometimes the transitions could be a little bit more direct, coming back and going forwards, but very nice contact. 8.5. And for perspective, I think you have a beautiful horse with 3 good gaits. When you can develop more strength and suppleness, then you get much better presenting him. But for today, 8.7. Thank you.
Nou, dames en heren, laat het applaus maar eens horen. We hebben de nieuwe leidster in het tussenklassement, Stefanie Wolf en Santu Alati. 84.6% and in the leads. And ladies and gentlemen, you did the same. You put him on the first place with 85.6% in the spectator audience app. De spectator judging app. 85.6%. U zette deze combinatie op de eerste plaats. En dat deed de jury ook. Stefanie Wolf en Santu Alati. So, Stefanie Wolf and the stallion Santu Alati in the lead, 84.6%. The number 2, Jean Woodhead and MSG Viva Dannebroch, 83.6%. The number 2 and the number 3, now Sergio Moron Basoco and Zwanegarden Zigzag, 81.4%. The numbers 1, 2, 3 until now. Dan gaan wij naar startnummer 20, de Duitse Julia de Redder nu. Voor het Nederlandse quotum uitkomen met KWPN'er Varidero. Van de hengst Ferdinand. Uit de merrie van de hengst Negro. En daarachter zien we weer de hengst Florencio 1 terugkomen. Deze valideerhoog gereden door Julia de Redder. Nogmaals voor het quotum van Nederland. alweer zo'n mooi applaus nu voor Julia de Ridder en Faridero bij Ferdinand Negro. En Florencio 1. Nou, eens even kijken, even naar de top van het klassement kijken. Voorlopig derde plaats, de number 3 so far from Denmark's Garden Zigzag. 81.4%. That's the number 3 so far. Julia de Ridder Faridero. We gaan luisteren naar de toelichting van mevrouw Monique Beus.
Thank you, Julia. We start with the trot. The trot was today very active, but for us the tempo was a bit too high. He can be more presented in a natural trot work, that the front and the back can be more together connected. So that is not too high, but he has really working attitude and stays in a nice steady contact there. 8.0. The walk is clear, but also there we want to see more relaxation, more over track and going over his back. 7.8. The canter is active. He has a good jump there. He could stay more active uphill tendency. Also there the tempo was a bit high. 8.2. For submission, the first halt could be more balanced, but he had a very good steady contact. He was willing there. In between he can show more difference coming back to the collection work. 8.0. For perspective, you have a very nice looking horse. He's willing and he's working together with you. But what we mentioned before, we want to see, especially in a trot, that he's more have a natural working attitude and not going very fast in a high tempo. 7.8. Thank you.
And the final result for Julia de Ridder and Faridero by Ferdinand, the number 20 in the starting order, 79.60%, and that's the current number 6. Well, let's have a look in the spectator judging map. You came to 79.8% and the number 8. Well, that's rather close. Julia de Ridder en Faridero. We hebben nog 2 combinaties en dan gaan we weer even naar een 15 minuten durende break. 2 riders for the 15 minutes break. No changes in the top. Stefanie Wolf still in the lead, 84.6% with the approved stallion Santo Alati and MSG Viva Donnebroch. The number 2, 83.6%, and the number 3 Svanegarden Zigzag with 81.4%. Well, 2 riders before we go to the 15 minutes break. And the first one is in the arena, the number 21, 21 aus Deutschland, Stefan Wolf. And Elliot de Dancer. Für das westfälische Pferdestammbuch. Elliot de Dancer by Escolar Vitalis and Lord Luxley. Ja hoor, u mag applaudisseren voor Stefan Wolf, Elliot the Dancer by Escolar, Vitalis and Lord Luxie. The breeder of this Elliot the Dancer, Mr. Leo Hermans, and the owner is Jutta Hildebrandt. The owner of Elliot the Dancer, and Stefan Wolf. Hierna nog één combinatie en dan gaan we naar de break, 15 minuten. En dan naar de laatste groep van de 5-jarige paarden. Spannend, de beste 3 gaan door naar de finale. Mevrouw Peuts, bent u zover?
Thank you, Stefan, for presenting your horse in a very nice way. We could say he was really cooperate with you. You have a very nice contact and frame, and he looks very happy today. When we start with trot, the trot, it was active, good going forward, but sometimes he's losing a little bit balance in the turns and in the circles. In the medium, he was going forward, but also there comes a bit wide behind, 7.8. The walk, it was clear. First part could be more active, but second part really improved with nice stretch and active over track, 8.0. But for today, the canter was the highlight. He was active, he was uphill with very good balance in the turns and in coming back. Sometimes a bit more jump, but overall very nice, 8.7. For submission, what we said before, presented in a nice way, some small things in the trot work and the simple change could be more fluent, 8.1. For perspective, you have a very willing and trainable horse. When he gets improved and gets more strength, then it can improve much more, but for today, 8.4. Thank you.
Nou, dames en heren. Had u eens gekeken naar de score, zullen we nog eens een mooi applaus meegeven. Een voorlopige derde plaats voor Stefan Wolf, Elliot the Dancer, the number 3 so far. Oei oei oei, en die beste 3 gaan door dus naar de finale. Nou goed, we zijn nog niet zo ver. We hebben nog een mooi aantal paarden te gaan, maar hij staat er op dit moment wel op die voorlopige derde plaats. Zo, ja, alweer in de piste. Daar gaan we over aan. So Secret, de zwarte zoon van Secret uit de merrie van Hohenstein en Ordens Glans. Het paard is So Secret en die wordt gereden door de Française Jessica Milchin-Botton. Voor het quotum van Frankrijk, de Hannover aan, So Secret en Jessica Milchin-Botton, La France. Zo, en de groet van Jessica Micha Botton. So Secret. Hannoveraan, So Secret by Secrets, Hohenstein en Ordens Glans. De Trakenijs. Maar dan hebben we het over bloed van een groot aantal jaren terug. Ja, en dan is het wachten natuurlijk op de punten. En op de toelichting.
Thank you, Jessica. You have a beautiful black horse. And you presented him in a nice way. And we start with the trot. The trot was elastic, easy going forward. But times by times you want to see the hind legs more carrying himself and coming more under so that he finds better balance in the corners. The medium was a bit conservative. We want to see the more pushing power and more activity going forward for more ground cover. 7.8. What was very nice was the walk. He was very relaxed and still active. The first part could show a bit more freedom of the shoulders, but he improved the second part. 8.0. The canter. He stayed active, but times by times he was pushing himself too much up. He could go more supple over the back and more forwards in the jump. 7.8. For the submission, you presented him in a nice way. He was very obedient and working together with you, but we want to see him more active going forward. And 8.0. For perspective, you have a very trainable horse. You presented him in a nice way when he can develop more strength and more going forward, then it can getting only better. For today, 8.0. Thank you.
En daarmee komt het totale resultaat op 79.20, 79.20% voor Jessica Michel Botton en So Secret. ...79.20 is in het klassement een voorlopige 9e plaats voor de Française Jessica Michel Botton en So Secret. Ja, en dan zie ik voor de eerste keer eigenlijk vandaag een behoorlijk groot verschil. U als publiek kwam tot een score van 73.20. En dat betekent een 18e plaats. In the spectator judging app, you came to 73.2% and the number 18 for this moment, the number 18. But in real, it's the number 9. So there's a 15 minutes break. We'll be back in about 10 till 15 minutes for the last part. In this competition, the small final for the 5-year-old horses here in the Longines FEI WBFSH World Breeding Dressage Championship for young horses. Here at this beautiful National Equestrian Center here in Ermelo. We'll be back in about 10 minutes.
kom jullie tegemoet. Ik heb een mooi pakket. Ah, wat super. Jij bent een topje. Ja, dankjewel.
Zo, dames en heren, we staan op het punt om van start te gaan met de laatste groep deelnemers in deze small final voor de 5-year-old horses. Twaalf deelnemers zijn rechtstreeks gekwalificeerd in de kwalificatiewedstrijd die gisteren is verreden. En er zijn nog 3 startplaatsen over voor de finale. 15 deelnemers gaan in de finale bij de 5-jarige paarden van start. En dat betekent dat de 3 hoogst geclasseerden uit deze kleine finale een startbewijs krijgen voor die allesbeslissende finale. Op dit moment Stefanie Wolf, Jean Woodhead en Stefan Wolf. Nummers 1, 2 und 3. So, and then we go back to Spain, to the National Purebred Spanish Breeders Association of Spain, the Pura Raza Española. Hier vertegenwoordigd met Rondo de Indalo. De stallion bij Poeta de Susaita en Bandolero. Met in het zadel Alejandro Sanchez del Barco, de Spanjaard. Nou, natuurlijk namens voor het quotum van Spanje hier rijdend in de semifinal. We gaan weer genieten van ongetwijfeld mooie sport. Alejandro Sanchez del Barco en Rondo de Indalo. Ja, dat is mooi. De Gaito Belota, Rondo de Dalo. Goed zijn best gedaan. De hengst van Fuente de Susaeta, Rondo de Dalo en Alejandro Sanchez del Barco. Benieuwd op welke punten het gaat uitkomen. En uiteraard benieuwd naar de toelichting van ons jurylid, mevrouw Monique Buit.
Thank you, Alejandro. We start with the trot. And you presented the trot very active. We like to see that he can carry himself a bit more, that he have more self-carriage, hind legs more supporting under the body, so that also the bending can be nicer there. The medium, he goes really forward, but comes wide behind. Then it gets more supportive also from the hind legs under. But he stays nice, active and uphill, 7.5. The wall, it's clear, it's active. First part was nice, relaxed. Second, maybe a bit more over track, but overall, good relaxation, 7.8. The canter was active, but he could show more jump and more air time, and there you have to support him maybe too much with your aids and your hands, that you can have him more easier in front of your legs. 7.5. The submission. Unfortunately, at the beginning, some tension at the camera, but later on, he made a very nice rein back and nice proceeding off in the canter, so that looks all very good. And the contact was also very nice, but we like to see that you don't have to support him too much with your hands to keep him uphill in the contact. 7.5. Perspective. You have an elegant, willing horse. When he can develop more strength to carry himself better, then it can only improve. 7.7 for perspective. Thank you.
En de result voor Alejandro Sanchez del Barco en Rondo de Dalo is 76%, and that's the number 15 so far. In the spectator judging, you came to 73.350% and the number 18. So that's rather close. For the number 23 from Spain, and representing the Pura Raza Española, Rondo de Dalo. Dan gaan we naar Portugal. Leandro Freire gaat van start en doet dat met Helen die Fontia Betty, de Hannoveraan van de hengsten Valverde. Valverde maal Fabriano maal Lisander. De meer Helen die Fontia Betty. Met Leandro Freire. En rijdend voor het quotum van Portugal. Zo, het applaus voor Leandro Freire from Portugal. En Helen die Fonte de meer bij Valverde, Hannoveraan. Deze 5-jarige uitkomend voor het scrotum van Portugal. Door de Portugese Leandro Freire hier voorgesteld. In deze small final. Mevrouw Peuts, als u zover bent, wij horen het graag.
Thank you, Leandro, for presenting your beautiful mare. She looks very happy and willing to work with you. That's very nice. But in the trot, she is also very nice in the front. She stays uphill, has nice front legs, but we want to see more supportive hind legs coming under the body. That she's more active coming under, more carrying herself in the trot work. And the medium, she can show more pushing power from behind. And the second, she was unfortunately a little bit wide behind. 7.7. The walk. The first part could be more active, and then she lost a little bit the rhythm, but she improved the second part from the walk. But we keep in mind that we saw something from the rhythm, 7.0. The canter, it was clear in the jump, but can have more uphill tendency, more suppleness, and more jump and air time, 7.5. The submission, we said you presented her in a nice contact, but there were some small issues. You can be better immobile in the holds, and the simple change, you can show more walk steps, and the bending can improve to both sides, 7.3. But for perspective, you have a very nice looking mare. She looks very happy to work with you. When you can improve the contact and the better bending and the strength from behind, she can only get better. For today, 7.5. Thank you.
Nice, die applaus voor Leandro Freire en Helen van Tabenti. De meer bij Valverde. De Hannoveraanse Mary. Ja, een eindscore van 74%, 74%. And in spectator judging, you gave it 73.6%. So, rather close. And the results for Freire Leandro en de meer Helen die van Tabeti. Officiële resultaat dus 74 punten. Komen we uit bij startnummer 25, nummer 25 aus Duitsland, Maxi. Chiara von Platen en Happy Days, die von Tabeti. Again, de meer bij Valverde. Hannoveraanse gefokt. Valverde, mal wup, mal partout. De vader van de moeder Wup, de KWBN-hengst. En daarachter nog een keer de Trakehner-hengst partout. Happy Days, die van Tabeti. Nou, en Maxi, Chiara von Platen für Deutschland. Das Hannoveraner Verband. Zo, mooi applaus voor Maxi Kira van Platen en Happy Days die Fuente, de meer bij Valverde. Voor het Hannoveraner verband uitgebracht hier de Mary.
Thank you, Maxi Kira, for presenting your elegant mare. We can start with the highlights today. That was for us the trot. The trot looked very active, and you presented her in a very nice frame, good uphill, elastic. It also with a nice medium going forward. Times by times you want to see a bit more self-carriage. You had to help her a little bit in the bendings, but overall, very nice picture. 8.7. The walk, it was active, good overtrack. Also there times by times more relaxed and supple over the back. 8.0. The canter is active, but could have a bit more ground cover with uphill tendency, then it becomes more supple over the back, and then the airtime can come bigger. 8.2. But we said the submission, you presented it in a very nice way. The holds could be better in mobile, but you have a beautiful, simple change, and we give an 8.5. For perspectives, you have a very elegant, willing horse with good potential for the future, and you presented her in a nice way. 8.5. Thank you.
Well, the points beautiful, 83.8%, and that's the number 2 on this moment, Maxi Kira van Platen. Happy Days die van Tabeti. Oei oei, nu wordt het duimen draaien voor de Amazone, want de beste 3 die gaan door. Door naar de finale. Nou, dames en heren, u kwam tot een 81.6% in de spectator judging, and you came to 81.6% and gave it a 5th place so far. But our judges came to 83.8%, and that's the number 2 on this moment. Zo, gaan wij naar start nummer 26, dan nummer 26, representing the pura raza española. It's Guillermo Garcia Ayala and Verso de Susaeta. Stallion by Kachik and Official. And as I said, the pura raza española. It's the number 26. Verso de Susaeta and Guillermo Garcia Ayala. Ja, u kijkt naar Guillermo Garcia Ayala, de Spanjaard met Verso de Susaita. The stallion by Cacique Official Pura Raza Española.
Thank you, Guillermo, for presenting your lovely horse. We saw a very elegant, trainable horse, really cooperative together with you. When we start with the trot was active, sometimes in the medium a bit hurried, that he can cover more ground cover from coming more pushing power from behind. And in the bending and the corners, we want to see more suppleness in the bending. 7.5. The walk was clear and active, sometimes more supple over the back and more over track. But he was very relaxed. 7.7. The canter was also active, but we want to see more jump and uphill tendency that it becomes more supple over the back, so that you can improve the air time. 7.0. The submission. We said you had him in a nice frame. Sometimes you had to help him a little bit too much in the canter part. The holds could show better. And the transitions also for the part after the canter can be more fluent. But overall, very obedient and willing to work together with you. 7.5. For perspective. You have a very elegant, trainable horse, very cooperative. When he can improve more strength and suppleness, then the points can only get nicer and higher. For today, 7.6. Thank you.
The final score for Verso de Susaita and Guillermo Garcia Ayala, representing the PRE, 74.60 points. 74, 60 honderdste. En dat is een uiteindelijke 22e plaats. U kwam wat hoger, u zat wat hoger met uw beoordeling. De Spectator Judging App 78.733% and the 11th place. And the judges came to 74.6%, the number 22. In this competition from Spain, Guillermo Garcia Ayala versus de Susaita. Zo, en inmiddels alweer de volgende combinatie in de ring. Start nummer 27 van uw startlijst, de nummer 27 op de starting order, de Dutch rider Femke de Laat. En Nashville SW, Nashville SW. Ja, deze Nashville SW, de Stallion KWPN by Secret, Jess and Farrington. De breeder of de hoorstal Wielig VOF en de eigenaar Marco de Braak. Ja, het zit erop voor Femke de Laat met de hengst Nashville SW, de zoon van Secret Mouth Jazz. Even naar het klassement kijken. Die derde plaats super belangrijk. Op dit moment is de derde plaats in handen van Amy Jean Woodhead en MSJ Viva Dannenborg. Met een score van 83,6%. Dat is belangrijk om te weten.
Thank you, Femke. We must say we're very sorry because it was really a pity of the issues in the canter work because you started so well. When we start with the trot, it was really a highlight today. He was light-footed, active. You presented him a very nice frame, a good balance. Maybe you could take some more risk in the medium, but he made fries lengthening and coming from behind. 8.8. The walk. The first part, you give him too much reins. We want to see that you have more connected the first part, but he's clear, active, but could have more freedom of the shoulders and more relaxed overtrack there. 7.5. The canter, yeah, it was active. It was nice uphill. It started very well, and then at the end, after the medium, it didn't come back. Really, that small issue in the corner. The same started with coming back to the simple chains. He was coming too much backwards and uphill, and unfortunately, he fell out in the right counter-canter. But we still think he has a good canter. He was active. 8.3. For submission, of course, we have to mention these things. We did that before. You started very well. The holds could be better, that he's more immobile, but the falling out and some other really pity of these mistakes. 7.7. But for perspective, we think you have a very good horse with 3 good gaits, and he has a good potential for the future, but unfortunately not today so good. 8.6. Thank you.
Eindigt met een 8.6 voor Perspective. Uiteindelijke score voor Femke de Laat met Nashville SW. En dat is dan toch alweer een hogere score als gisteren. Nu is het 82,4% en daarmee eindigt Femke in het tussenklassement op een, ja, aan de ene kant een hele mooie, maar aan de andere kant een hele vervelende 4e plaats. De beste 3 gaan namelijk door. 82.4%, the result for the Dutch rider Femke de Laat, Nashville SW, the Stallion. U als publiek, your audience gave it a second place, 84.320%. That was the score of the spectator judging at 84.32. Ja, daarin zou de Nederlandse Femke de Laat een mooie 2e plaats hebben behaald. Althans in het tussenklassement, een mooie uitgangspositie. Maar weet je zeker dat Femke niet gaat instromen in de finale. Omdat slechts de beste 3 instromen naar de allesbeslissende finale bij de 5-jarige paarden. Dus 12 rechtstreeks gekwalificeerd. 12 horses qualified in de qualifier. For the 5-year-old horses, and 3 horses come from the small final. Zo, dan gaan we naar start nummer 28, that's the number 28. The Italian rider Francesco Sangiorgi en Bonzo. Bonzo aan overaan. Stallion by Boncoeur, Santino and Derwish. It's an approved stallion. Approved voor das Zuchtverband für Deutsche Pferde. Deze Bonzo, de goedgekeurde hengst. Zo, nou, we gaan ervoor zitten. We gaan kijken naar Bonzo, gereden door Francesco San Giorgio voor het Scotum van Italië. Well, nice applause for the Italian rider Francesco San Giorgio and Bonzo, de stallion Bonzo bij Concurrent Santino, das Hannoveraner Verband. From the Cotum of Italy, Francesco San Giorgio. Curious about the points, curious about the comments, and that will be the comments of Monique Butz.
Yes, hello also. Thank you, Francisco. When we start with the trot was active. He was going forward, but overall we could see a little bit more consistency in the balance and in the suppleness in the back. He wants to say something. I hope he agrees with us. The medium was okay, but you could take more risk there, that you get more developed in the medium, going more ground cover, going forward. 7.5. The walk. In the walk we want to see more even front legs in the walk, that he can better marching going forward, and that he gets more freedom of his shoulders. 6.7. The canter was much better, it was active, he had a better balance in there. Canter and coming more uphill, but overall there he can be more suppleness in the turns and stays in a good cadence. 7.8. The submission, he was obedient, he's really working with you, but try to find a better steady contact, that he comes more uphill and that he can show more suppleness. 7.5. For perspective, you have a willing horse. When he can develop more strength and more suppleness, then he has a good future. 7.3. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, the final result for the Italian rider Francesco San Giorgio and Bonzo is 73.60%. And that means the number 26 so far. You audience came to 74.330% and the number 21. So rather close. And the results between the audience and the judges. Bonzo met Francesco San Giorgio. A nice comment of our judge. Dutch judge. This is Monique Butz. Only 4 horses in this competition to go. Let's have a look. The numbers 1, 2, 3. Stefanie Wolf still in the lead with a beautiful score of 84.6%. The number 2 also from Germany, Maxi Kira von Platen. 83.8, and the number 3 from Great Britain, Amy Jean Woodhead and MSG Viva Donnebroch, 83.6%. Zo gaan we kijken naar de Duitse Saskia Lieben-Seutter en Selection. The gelding by Secret Quarterback and Sandro, representing the Swedish Warm Blood Association, SWB, the selection, and Saskia Lieben-Seutter for the Swedish quotum, of course. So, for the Swedish Warmblood Association selection. En Saskia Lieben-Seutter, de Duitse Amazone, rijdt het hier voor het Zweedse Gotham met de SWBR selection. Zoon van Secret, maar quarterback. Hierna nog 3 combinaties en dan weten we wie er officieel instromen voor de finale bij de 5-jarige paarden. Maar eerst naar mevrouw Monique Peuts.
Thank you, Saskia, for presenting your horse in a nice way. When we start with the trot was very active, but for us you had a bit high tempo. When you can control him more in the tempo, that he can keep better balanced and more bending in the turns, then it will be easier for him. And then you can also show more difference to the medium and coming back to the collection. But overall he is active, he has a good attitude, and he has a nice frame in the trot, 8.0. The walk, it is active, very relaxed, sometimes More overtrack could show the second part, but also good active walk, 8.0. The canter was active, but there he can be better supple over his back with more uphill tendency and becoming more freedom of the shoulders. And you can show more the collection after the medium and before the simple change, 7.8. Submission. I think you have him in a nice frame and he's really willing to work with you, but when you find a better controlled tempo, then it would be much nicer. And the reinback could be more fluent, 8.0. But for perspective, we think you have a horse with really good quality. When you can work on more relaxation and more self-carriage and strength, then he can be a really nice horse for the future. For today, 8.2. Thank you.
Ja, en lijkt zo een zeer tevreden Amazone te zijn. Saskia Lieben-Seutter en Selection, the gelding by Secret. En quarterback, bred by Lena Nystrom. En the owners of the horse Dressur Ausbildungsstall Finken GmbH en Jessica Lynn Thomas. En gereden dus door Saskia Lieben-Seutter. 80%. 80% was the score, the number 9 so far. And you, audience, came to 81.240% and the number 8. Only 3 riders to go. The number 3 at this moment, Amy Jean Woodhead from Great Britain and MSG Viva Dellenbroch, 83.6%. The number 2 is Maximilian van Platen. Happy Days, die van Tabeti, 83.8%. And Stefanie Wolf and the approved stallion, Santu Alati, 84.6% in the lead. Those 3 riders, the numbers 1, 2 and 3 at this moment. With 3 more riders to go, and we welcome now the Brazilian rider Elias Mourinho and Van Gogh. Van Gogh, the stallion, 5 years young. The Oldenburger stallion. Bred at Gestüt Lewitz, and now owned by CSN Investimentos. The number 30, the starting order, Elias Mourinho, Brazil, and Van Gogh. Mooi applaus voor Elias Mourinho en Van Gogh. Dan hebben we 13 the starting order. De Oldenburger Stallion Van Gogh. And the Brazilian rider Elias Mourinho. And Elias was happy. Yes, he wasn't happy. Elias is happy. Great to see Elias. Well, and now we go to our judge, Mrs. Monique Beuts.
Thank you, Elias. We are also happy today because we saw your beautiful horse. When we start with the trot, the trot was active and he was good balance, sometimes in the turns a little bit more, but the main thing we want to see that he is more open in the frame, going with more uphill with nose out, that he stays more uphill going there. The medium started a little bit late both times, and there you can have more pushing power from behind so that you can take more risk there. 7.8. The walk was clear. The first part, the nose could go more out, but he improved the second part, so that was good. 8.0. And we liked the canter. The canter was active, well balanced, always coming from behind. There he was much more uphill in front of you. 8.3. Submission, as we mentioned before, the first part, the frame was a little bit too tight, but it improved during the test. The only thing you have to work on is the holds, that he could stay better immobile. 8.0. For perspective, we think you have a beautiful horse, very willing to work and has a good future ahead. 8.2. Thank you.
Nou, zeker een mooi applaus voor Elias Mourinho en de Oldenburger Stallion Van Gogh met een puntentotaal van 80.6%, 80.6%. The current number 7, Elias Mourinho and Van Gogh. 80.6% in the spectator judging, and you came to 79.8%. It's the number 11. Zo. Nou, we hebben nog 2 deelnemers te gaan. Dat betekent dat Stefanie Wolf, die op dit moment aan de leiding gaat, zeker weet dat ze een startbewijs heeft voor de finale. The number 1 at this moment, Stefanie Wolf. We have only 2 riders to go. She knows she will be the numbers 1 or 2 or 3. So, for sure, she can be part of the final for the 5-year-old horses. 2 riders to go. From Austria, Stefanie Dering and Oham's Sarah Kay, the mare by Secreten Licotus. Representing the Arbeitsgemeinschaft für Warmblutzucht in Österreich, AWÖ. Oham's Sarah Kay and Stefanie Dering from Austria, Österreich. Zo, het applaus voor Stefanie Diering from Austria, Oostenrijk. Oostenrijk, ja. Alheim's Sarah Kay, de mare by Secret and Ligotus. The breeder of this horse, Verder von Alheim, and the owner is Chiara Penga, the owner of Alheim's Sarah Kay. We gaan luisteren naar de ene laatste toelichting op de proef wat we hier gezien hebben. En die komt natuurlijk van mevrouw Monique Peuts.
Thank you, Stephanie. We start with the trot. And the trot was light-footed and active, but times by times too hurried and too much forward. We like to see that she has more self-carriage on her own, that you don't help her too much in that she stays always in a nice frame, but the contact could be lighter, and that you can also in the medium show more difference for ground cover and willingness to collect afterwards. 7.8. The walk was clear, but can have more suppleness and overtrack, and also more freedom of the shoulders. 7.0. The canter is active, but times by times too much pushing forward. That afterwards they can show more willingness to collect after the medium. We really want to see that she's coming back on the hind legs and stays uphill supple over her back. 7.8. For submission, you have a willing horse. She really wants to work for you, but she needs more suppleness, that she gets more self-carriage and more of your hands. 7.3. Perspective. It's an elegant horse when you can work on more suppleness and self-carriage, and that the overall picture looks more easier way of going forward, then it would be nicer. 7.5 for today. Thank you.
Well, and the total result for the rider from Austria, Oostenrijk, Stefanie Diering, Alheim's Sarah Kay, 74.8%. That's the number 23. And the results of the spectator judging at the 75.9%, it's the number 18. A bit more than 1% extra. And 18 instead of 23 of the official judges. They came to 74.8, the number 23. So, for sure, Stefanie Wolf and Maximilian von Platen, they take part in the final for the 5-year-old horses. And for Jean Woodhead, is it still waiting for the last rider? Jean Woodhead and MSG Viva Donnebroek, the number 3, this moment 83.6% was the score of the British rider. I would say we were waiting for the last rider, but not anymore. From Denmark, Mette Sejersen and About You. About You, the stallion by AC/DC, Escobar and Popcorn. It's an approved stallion, approved for das Zuchtverband für deutsche Pferde, Representing also Zuchtverband für Deutsche Pferde, ZFDP. About You Too. Met Mette Sejersen. For the quotum of Germany. Zo, het zit erop voor de Deense met de Sejersen. This was it with About You Too. The Stallion by AC/DC, Escobar. And Popcorn, the approved Stallion. Approved voor het Zuchtverband für Deutsche Pferde. About You Too by AC/DC. And the Danish rider Mette Sejersen here for the Quotum of Germany. Well, we go to our judge for the last time this competition, Monique Peutz. It's up to you, Monique.
Thank you, Mette, for showing your powerful horse. He was times by times a little bit distracted today, but overall he stays good with you and he focused again, so that's good improving. For the trot, that's the really highlight today. We liked it very much. He was very active. He was good going forward, nice uphill in a good frame. In the bending, the first bending was not so nice, second really improved. We think he can do more in the medium trot. It was a bit conservative, but he showed some lengthening. But overall, very good cadence and balance, 9.0. The walk. It started a bit tense, then it gets very nice, relaxed, and it was very clear, with good overtrack, 8.5. The canter, it's active, he really wants to go forward, but still there he wants to see more ground cover and uphill tendency in the medium. It was really conservative today, and he can have a little bit more supple over the back and hind legs under. 8.0. Submission, as we said, times by times a little bit destructive, but later on it was very nice. The hold could be more established with nice contact, but you have a very nice simple change in the canter. The stretch could be a little bit more, but overall nice framed, good concentrated, 8.2. And then for the perspective, we think you have a really talented horse for the future. When he learns, and that will come, we definitely know that because he's still young, when he can concentrate more on the job he has to do here in the arena, then it will be very nice. 8.5. Thank you.
En nou hebben we de volgende situatie. De uiteindelijke tweede plaats. Die gaat naar Mette Sejersen, About You Too. The number 2, 84.4%. And she goes to the final for the 5-year-old horses. Ja, ik heb voor u het uiteindelijke definitieve resultaat. De final result to the final goes Santu Alati en Stefanie Wolf. Dat is Hannoveraner Verband, the number 1 in this small final. What a beautiful second place for Mette Sejersen from Denmark with About You Too. Representing das Zuchtverband für Deutsche Pferde. And the number 3 is Maxi Kira von Platen, Deutschland. And Happy Days, die von Tabeti, representing das Hannoveraner Verband. Those 3 riders go to the final for the 5-year-old horses. Please stay with us. We are going to the prize giving. Of course, many thanks to our judges for all the good work here in this competition. Thank you, Susanne Baruch, Monique Peutz, zeker voor uw deskundige commentaar. Thank you, Janet Lee Foy from the United States of America. und herzlichen Dank, Herr Hans Woser aus der Schweiz. Dan gaan wij zo naar de huldiging van de 8 hoogst geclasseerde paarden.
Wel nog een beetje.
Gaan wij zo naar de huldiging van de prijswinnaars. De mensen in het protocol, Susanne Baruch from Denmark, president of the judges here in this competition, this small final for 5-year-old horses. And Mr. Andries van Dalen, president of the KWPN, assisted by Niels. Niels, ik denk de kleinzoon van Andries. Ja? En is Niels ook al betrokken in de paardensport? Jazeker. Kijk eens aan, heel goed. Daar gaan we, van start. De nummer 8, de eerste die binnenkomt. Ladies and gentlemen, from Brazil, Elias Mourinho. And from France, Pauline Leclerc. Elias Mourinho en Van Gogh de Oldenburger. Pauline Leclerc en Mechelen. Is die er niet bij, Stefan Kold? En Sergio Moron Basoco en Zwanegaarden Zigzag. Stefan Wolf, Elliot de Dancer. Mooi applaus voor de nummer 5, de Nederlandse Femke de Laat met Nashville SW KWPN. Kijk nog een keer. Mooi applaus voor Femke de Laat met haar Nashville SW. Prachtige 5e plaats in this small final. Ik krijg de indruk dat de nummer 4 niet aanwezig is. Als dat zo is, dan gaan we ons opmaken van de huldiging van de 3 prijswinnaars. De 3 prijswinnaars die zich door middel van deze prestatie hebben gekwalificeerd voor de finale. Dames en heren, de 3 hoogst geclasseerden onder leiding van Stefanie Wolf, Santo Alati, Mette Sejersen, About You Too en Maximilian von Platen. Happy Days die Fuente. Zo, dan gaan we de winnares, dames en heren, aus Duitsland, Stefanie Wolf en Santo Alati. Representing das Hannoveraner Verband. De gelukwensen worden overgebracht, kijkers, door Niels, die zijn opa Andries van Dalen assisteert. Andries die hier de gelukwensen overbrengt. And on behalf of our judges, thanks to our judges, you did a great job, Susanne Barum. The number 1. Then we go to the number 2, the last rider from Denmark. Representing das Zugverband für deutsche Pferde, Mette Sejersen met About You Too. Ja, de nummer 2, pracht van een prestatie als laatste van start. Mette Sejersen, About You Too, the stallion. By ACDC Escobar, representing the Zugverband für deutsche Pferde. And then we go to the number 3. Must be very happy. Making part of the finals for the 5-year-old horses, ladies and gentlemen, Maximilian von Platen, Deutschland, Happy Days, die Fuente. Representing das Hannoveraner Verband. Zo, nog 1 keer een mooie foto hier met de small final voor de 5-year-old horses. Prachtige foto. En als inderdaad de dames en heren aan de zijkant van de piste gaan staan, gaan we ons opmaken voor een mooie ereronde. A beautiful lap of honor in front, the winner from Germany, Stefanie Wolf, Santo Alati. once again, special for you, the winner, Stefanie Wolf, Santualati. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being our guests today, the second day here of the World Breeding Dressage Championships for young horses. This beautiful venue, the National Equestrian Center here in Ermelo. This was the small final for the 5-year-old horses. The 3 last prize winners, well, you can see them in the final for the 5-year-old horses tomorrow in the morning. We'll be back. Enjoy your stay here in Ermelo, and hopefully we see you tomorrow.